We are live streamed on Facebook as well by a journalist. I was never aware of that, so I hope you're all fine with that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How exciting. Welcome everyone to Brussels. Welcome everyone to this event. My name is Veronica Scholper. I'm the head of EU research projects at the Architects Council of Europe, and we are one of the 3 partners in the SOAR project. So just 3 slides on who we are, because the Architects Council of Europe is something completely different than what you usually dealing with in your everyday life. So we are a European umbrella organization representing the interests of all European architects towards the EU institutions. That means every architect is a member of their national chamber, and these chambers are then our chambers. So we're doing a lot of policy work and looking at regulations and how this is going to affect the architect's life. At the moment, we have 560,000 architects in Europe. So basically, we work very much on the qualification of an architect and what is the practice during the architect's life, what is the quality of architecture, how is the sustainable built environment going to look like in the future, how you are going to live and work and break in the future. So this is our everyday lobby policy work here in Brussels. When it comes to the SOAR project, we're involved because of the aspect of security by design. So what can we make better in designing and places of worship? Not only building new places of worship, but also renovation of places of worship. I took here a slide from Mr. Lamis' presentation, thank you very much. So it's the architect who, in the end, and the urban designer to decide how will the place look like. Will it be like a fortress, or will it be a design that passively and in an aesthetic way protects the worshippers? So just some examples. Yes, you can put bollards, but you can also just put a really nice looking bench. So in like this, there are many different design options that you take when you renovate or build a new place of worship. So this is the reason why we are in this project, because we want to promote and improve the security by design. So this is our event today.
Auditeurs de la radio Lila, vous êtes en train de suivre en direct une formation qu'on est en train de faire sur Bruxelles par rapport à la sécurisation des lieux de culte. Aujourd'hui, c'est une formation qu'on est en train de donner aux personnes qui sont directement impliquées par rapport aux lieux de culte, qui sont les mosquées, les églises, les synagogues, avec le projet SOAR qui est en train de former les gens par rapport au design qu'il faut mettre en place pour pouvoir sécuriser les lieux de culte. Donc, vous allez suivre la formation, elle est en anglais, je suis désolé, mais ça fait partie du jeu. Il faut qu'on retransmette toutes les informations qui sont Merci beaucoup, mon cher ami, le son est bon. Donc, merci beaucoup, c'est un de nos fidèles qui nous dit que le son est bon. Donc, vous allez suivre cette formation aujourd'hui avec nous en direct de Bruxelles avec l'organisation SOAR qui forme les gens par rapport au design, c'est-à-dire l'aspect architectural pour la prise en charge des projets et de construction des lieux de culte. Donc, je vous invite à nous suivre et puis après, de fur et à mesure, je vous donnerai des interprétations sur ce qui se passe dans cette formation.
These presentations, and we're going to have a message by a religious leader as well. Then at 11 o'clock, we're going to look at the architect's point of view. So we have Madame Koy from Berlin, who's going to speak about security of design from an architect's point of view in Germany. Then we have a message of Western Region from the European Commission. This is a last-minute edition that we are also very proud of, and then we're going to go into the coffee break. So that means we have, like in the beginning, a lot of presentations where you're just going to see, we set the scene, we're going to inform each other on what's happening at the moment, but then we come to the more interesting part. Sorry, not saying that the presentation is not interesting, but But this is the dialogue part then afterwards. So this is where we're going to sit together at these round tables, and we're going to have a workshop, and we're going to exchange with each other. What are your experiences? Like, what have you lived through in the last years or decades? Like, what security threats have you experienced? What do you feel as a threat? What are the lessons learned, and what can we take from all of that and make it into our next event at the EU dialogue level? So what can we actually bring for you? Like, what guidance do you need? What advice? You know, so we want to make it really tangible to have an outcome that is good for everyone, and then we all meet together again here in Brussels. And then we wrap up, and we're going to have a lunch and networking event at the end. So this is just an agenda overview. I also like to draw attention to the 29th of March, where we're going to have an online event, and this one is going to be on the nitty-gritty technical bits. So this is about technical standards of security of design. So which locks to take, or what is the standard of window bulletproof and things like this. So this is, if you have any technical people in your communities, please invite them to join us in this event. It's online. And you all have on the table as well, we are running a competition at the moment. It's an architectural design competition for best practice examples for security by design. So if your own community maybe has a really good design example, a really beautiful building, or you know of anyone in your country, in your city, then please make them aware of this competition and make them to join together with their architect, obviously, but it's for communities and architects to submit their applications. Yeah, this is the details. So basically, an architect together with the community can submit. It has to already be built, can be a renovation or a new building. And we already said evaluation criteria. We have 3 people of the jury here today with us. Yeah, and you just have to submit basically a 10-page report with photos and so on. But no security sensitive material, of course. So yeah. And that was already me. Thank you very much. So I give the floor to Kobalia.
Hello everybody, my name is Kondo Coralea. I'm the project officer in the SOAR project funded by the European Commission. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me, thank you for having me here. It's really important to see different people from different parts of the world to be here and experiencing this project that we are funding. Well, I don't want to say a lot of things because this is your day, and actually I'm here to report and to see, not to talk. But I'm really happy that I see that your project is really following the EU guide and and implementing the SBD concept. I have to say that your project is really working on trainings, newsletters, the research, the participatory research is really interesting, and thank you for that. I'm really curious also to see what the survey that you are about, the results, the survey results are about to bring on the report in the future. The audience is quite wide, and I'm happy for that. And this is our target, to disseminate the project, our ideas in outer world the more possible. And the more data we have on that regard, the better for us and on the dissemination of our project. And this is why I would love to see what is the impact that your trainings have has done until today, the questionnaire results, the newsletters audience, and comments on that. And just a small comment, a call for you. It will be very much interesting to communicate your newsletter, for example, to the other projects. Most of them they are under my responsibility and the European Commission. So it will be very nice to disseminate this newsletter. Your ideas, which are quite good, I would say. I was reading them yesterday and was really impressed. To disseminate this newsletter to the other projects. It will be very nice and thought-provoking for them as well. And also they will interact with you with their own products. We have really good projects right now ongoing. Your project is in a cruising speed. It's already in the first year almost. So I'm really curious to see what you have done till today, to see the process with the architects today. We're in favor of you being involved in this SBD concept. I mean, different architects being involved in this concept. And yes, well, thank you for having me here. European Commission isn't here to patronize you, just to see what you are doing, be inspired by you, and if we can inspire you as well by our other projects, ongoing ones. So I may have some questions in the later on the work packages, if you have any reference on that, because it's specifically on the specific work packages, so there's no need to mention them now. If you are having a reference on them, I may have some questions, but if not, we will talk online later. So thank you for having me here, and have a nice meeting.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shukr khair. Namaste. And English, good morning. Thank you so much for being here today. I can see some faces from Denmark, from Germany, from France, from Holland, from Ireland, from France. All of you, welcome. It's great to be here. Thank you so much, Veronica, for organizing and facilitating this morning. Thank you, Jason. Thank you to the EU for being here this morning. My name is Shaukat Faraj. I'm the director of this project, and I'm going to just basically give you an insight into why we're here, what we've done so far, and hopefully what we want to achieve this morning. Why are we here? Yesterday marked the third anniversary of the murder of 51 worshippers in a mosque in New Zealand. It happened yesterday, 3 years ago, 15th of March. I went to New Zealand, I met the families of these people. It wasn't just that 53 people were killed, 53 families were traumatized. And thousands of people in New Zealand are still traumatized. There's a public inquiry, there's government inquiries, and this particular event has shaped the global response to tackling violence against places of worship. This wasn't the first time a place of worship was attacked, and unfortunately this will not be the last facility that will be attacked. I met some of the mothers, some of the wives, some of the brothers, some of the sisters, and I'm still in contact with some of these people. What this project would like to do, would like to achieve, is that if there was ever an attack, that the impact would not be as severe as this one. And today, from the leaders today that I can see, I know that some of you are redeveloping your facilities. Some of you are planning new facilities. I was speaking to Martin this morning for breakfast, and there are great plans for Europe. The faith communities are vibrant, they're energetic, they're free to worship and want to keep Europe that way. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech is a human right, a European values concept, and this project hopefully wishes to enhance that. Just to kind of put it into context, that was 3 years ago. This is actually just weeks ago. This was an attack in Peshawar in Pakistan last week. 70 people killed, 200 people injured, and the death toll is rising. This individual from the UK traveled to America and held 5 people hostage in a Jewish synagogue and then was terminated by the law enforcement agencies. This happened just 6 weeks ago. Halle, a man started shooting at a mosque, he's been arrested, and this was an attack 2 weeks ago in Detroit, in New York, where a man firebombed a mosque and the security people again eliminated. This is happening just days ago. This is happening on our continent and around the world. I don't want to dwell on the negative, I want to dwell on the positive. And I just wanted to share with you a little kind of a snapshot of the work that we've done so far. This is a project, these are just our strategic aims. We're trying to bring communities together. And what I can say is that over the past 3 to 4 months, when the COVID situation has reduced, we've engaged nearly 400 people. And there's huge appetite. This room is a testimony to the fact that we are engaging all faiths. This is not focused on any particular faith, it's all faiths are invited. We try to bring communities together, not just faith leaders, but political bodies, mayors of cities, police forces, and architects. And I'm so grateful to the Architects Council of Europe for the network of bringing architects together to these events. We want to, and this particular event today is about helping people like Corelia and her team to basically develop a policy, to develop a strategic direction at the European level. So I'm so grateful for you to be here today, Corelia. We really enjoy your presence today. This is what we want to achieve. We want to do risk assessments to 50 locations in Europe. We've already started and we've nearly done 20% of the risk assessment already. We are visiting face-to-face, on-site with locations, giving them professional technical advice on how to address their security needs. We have the survey, as being mentioned, we're getting feedback on surveys. We are doing research, and if you have a particular message you want to give, Jason's team is ready to take your interviews and put it into a report that will be provided to the European Commission. Our CDOs are on the ground, our community development officers. These are people that are working in the 7 countries. They're working with institutions. I know, for instance, this morning, the biggest mosque in Brussels, the leadership is here. We're not just talking to the biggest places, we're talking to medium-sized and small institutions, and all their voices are very relevant to this project. As I mentioned, we're working in 7 countries and we're on the ground in all those countries, even to the extent in Hungary now, where you have a situation where there is a massive influx of refugees. We are talking to people there, and the faith institutions are really involved. They're helping refugees. People are sleeping there. People are being fed from there. So these places of worship are becoming more and more important as the days go by. Amazing work that faith leaders are doing and faith institutions. So their security and protection is critical. This project is equally important because the data is telling us, unfortunately, that places of worship are being attacked, places of worship are targets, and the data is clearly indicating that. And your feedback hence is absolutely critical. These are just some of the images about the events, multi-phase, fully engaged, face-to-face, talking to you directly. We are capturing your voices, we're putting it into our training program. Our training program actually has evolved every time we actually deliver the program. We're getting feedback from you, we're evolving it and sharpening the presentations every single time. So we're not just talking to communities, we're talking really at senior level, policy level, and integrated forums at the global level. And we are talking to a state level. So in Germany, in France, we're talking to people in the Ministry of Interior, and we're taking this message to them, and they're being very receptive. Just some more images of the event so far. As you can see, very well attended, and we want more people to be involved. We want more engagement. We don't want to restrict engagement. If you have networks that you think we need to talk to, we are ready to come to any location that you recommend. Security by design, this is what this event is about today, and we are really keen to hear from you, especially the faith leadership. We have architects in the room. I'm so grateful that the architects are here, who are not just part of the architectural network, but they are also practitioners in places of worship. And we want to combine your voices as faith leaders with technical specialists who are looking to design future buildings for their protection. So SPD is a very important concept, and we want to share that future with you today. We are going to take the information that we gather today and put it into the documentation that we're producing, and hopefully deliver that far and wide using either social media or bring it to every single training program that we have to deliver for the next 12 months. I'm going to conclude there. I'll be here all day. It'd be lovely to connect with all of you if possible. But today is about you. It's about your voices, about your insight, and about your challenges. What's working and what's not working. Who's listening to you, who's not listening to you. We have Corellia here. It's very much about gathering your voices and taking it back to the EU. So it's very, very important that in the roundtable conversations, you really express your viewpoint. We'll be documenting that. And there's also in your packs, there's an evaluation form. Please don't hesitate to put down your thoughts about what you think you might need to help your communities. I know during breakfast this morning, one or two of you told me that things are working at state level, some are not working at state level. That level of feedback is what we need. Okay, so this is all about you today. I'm delighted that you made the effort to come today, and I hope it's very fruitful. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Good morning on my behalf as well. My name is Jason Yaval. I am from the network of Religious and Traditional Peacemakers. We are one of the 3 partners for the SOAR project. What I'm here to do today is just give you a brief overview of the research component of our project. So the SOAR project, we basically have a 3-pronged approach on how we went about the work over the 2 years. So one aspect is we started research trying to gauge what is the situation on the ground, what are the needs of the communities. Another aspect, the second approach basically is training. So this is both for faith leaders, but also like women and youth, because we're trying to get a comprehensive understanding of security issues on the ground. And then the third approach is basically policy dialogues, so which is what we're doing today is part of kind of like that approach, where we're trying to have conversations not only with the religious communities, but also, policymakers on how do we get change, on a systemic level as well. So in terms of the research aspect, what I'm going to be presenting today is the first version of our baseline report. So in the project, the first 6 months we allocated to getting a kind of basic understanding of what the security situation on the ground is. So this was completed November of last year. Now this report isn't available to the wider public as of yet. This was just an internal document, and the main point was to give us the project a kind of like a starting point on where we need to focus our efforts in terms of training and kind of like policy dialogues. So by end of April is when we should have the final version of the report, which is updated, which should be or will be made public. So once we have that, then obviously we're going to be inviting all of you to join our dissemination event for that. Now, in terms of the baseline report, so unfortunately our 2 main researchers, Jonas Maristo and Marco Hutanen, couldn't be here today, so I'm just going to be presenting this on their behalf. As I mentioned, the final version of the report is going to be ready by end of April of this year. So for the initial report, so this was carried out, or scheduled to be carried out in the first 6 months of the project. The objectives for that were basically to get baseline data on kind of like identifying some of the key issues and any possible gaps in terms of protection of religious sites. We also wanted an evidence base to support the advocacy work that we do with policymakers. Like I said, we want to have change happening on a systemic level as well, not just kind of like on the ground at individual places of worship. And we also wanted to obviously identify the specific security challenges faced by the communities themselves. So some additional objectives that we have for our project or the report was obviously to increase the awareness and capacity of not only the religious leaders, but also their wider community as well, in terms of understanding what security threats they might be facing and how they could possibly address those. Like I said, we also wanted to increase the communication between religious sites and the wider communities, but not only within the specific religions, but also across different religions as well. Because one of the important aspects we want is the more kind of like cooperation we have, not only between like a specific religious community, but also across faiths, the more likely we are going to be able together to come up address, identify specific security threats. And there's always going to be good practices that one group may have already implemented that they can then hopefully share with other groups, and then that way we kind of create synergy. So not every group and not every religious faith has to kind of like reinvent the wheel themselves. And then we want to also enhance the policy dialogue between, like I said, religious communities, but also regional and global organizations. So, for example, obviously within the EU and the UN Alliance of Civilization, which is one of the supporting partners of this project. So some of the research questions that we wanted to have, or the report wanted to address, was what were the security gaps of the religious communities or religious institutions, what they feel is at the moment, how religious sites prepare for or against security threats, what were some of the security challenges that they face at the moment, and more importantly, what they felt might be kind of becoming security issues in the future. So it's not just looking back at what has already happened, but just kind of engaging with what kind of like the conversations in society is and where security religious communities feel we might be heading and how they might address those, trying to be proactive. Then we also want to touch upon the role of local municipalities in enhancing the security of religious sites. And then we also wanted to look at the differences between countries, if any. So what I'm going to do is just give a brief overview of the report itself. So obviously, the report was carried out, or the research was carried out in all 7 countries of the project itself. We decided to go with the survey because we wanted the research component to be as participatory as possible. So what we're looking to get is as many responses from the field across all 7 countries on what kind of like the security threats people engage or what people have. So we kind of identified like a survey as being basically the only viable option to try and get that. Now we understood that this was ambitious, to say the least, because obviously across 7 countries we're talking about a population of 240 million, with I think around 200,000 different religious sites. So we didn't expect to get a fully comprehensive kind of like data for such a wide group of people, but like I said, we wanted to at least try and then see where we get. So, and in the report, so kind of some of the key concepts that they find in that, obviously, hate speech, hate incidents, hate crime, and soft targets. So I'm assuming everybody already knows kind of difference between soft and hard targets, so I won't go into that. Then the report also talks about kind of like security threats on the European level, and some of the information. Obviously, there's lots of like desk research done into this, so obviously there's lots of research that has already been done, so we're trying to utilize that as much as possible in the report. And then we also looked at some of the adopted PDE policies that are already being put in place across Europe. So now the way this report itself was structured, we wanted to have basically a uniform way of presenting the data, so that way it make it easy when you're looking at these 7 different countries, and all the information is presented in a similar fashion, so you could easily compare the different countries to each other. Some of the main topics that each country was, or which was touched upon for each country, was the religious demographics of that country, religious institutions and what the state legislation is at the moment, threat pictures, and for that big component was looking at data from OSCE and global terrorism databases, and then looking at adopted policies, and then obviously ending with the summary and research results for each country. So what I'm going to talk about here is a bit of some of the challenges we face in our data collection. As I said, it was a very ambitious goal that we had to 7 countries, for about 200 million people. So we're never going to get like a fully kind of like representative set of data from such a large group in such a short period. Because like I said, the research report was only designed to last for the first 6 months of the project, because the main aspect of this was to feed into our planning for the trainings that we're doing for the rest of the project, but also some of these policy events that we're going to be having. So that's why the report was kind of put in the front of the project. So rather than just focusing on one, like I said, we want to get as much data as possible. So that's why we still went ahead and carried the research across 7 countries. So challenges was obviously the time limit. Like I just said, we had 6 months scheduled for this. So it's a very tight line to carry out which would involve kind of like obviously planning and developing the actual survey itself, reaching out to the communities, trying to get people to give the feedback and then carry out the analysis and writing of the report. Obviously, COVID situation had a massive impact on our ability to carry out the research components of this. So even though our project started after COVID was already an issue, so it didn't like surprises, but the level of kind of inconsistency in terms of like when we're able to travel or not still proved very difficult. Because one of the things we would have wanted to do is go into the communities in person, talk to their community, tell them about what we're trying to do, and build trust that way. But because of the travel restrictions, we couldn't do that. We were limited to kind of just trying to reach out to people online by emails, phone calls, that kind of thing. So that proved to be very difficult because obviously and we understood this from the beginning, if we as a project come to a religious community who have never heard of us, don't necessarily know our organizations, don't know the project, and then we're simply by emails or phone calls trying to tell you, oh, this is our project, we want you to do this, it's going to be really difficult to kind of get that level of trust to a level where people would actually say, yes, I want to take part in this research. And I think there's also what we noticed a bit of like, Zoom fatigue, because like I said, the pandemic had already been going on for a while. So everybody was already kind of used to or tired of having like online meetings. So I think that was also part of the issue that made this a bit problematic. So like I said, I already touched upon this. Building networks and connections was made difficult because we couldn't actually do this on the ground. So what we actually tried to do is extend the time period in which we collected data a little bit to see if we could get a bit more responses that way. But at the end, we still didn't get enough responses that we could say this is that we were happy with. So what I'm going to do is I just talk briefly on what the actual survey looked like. So like I said, this was an online survey that was sent out across the country. So it consisted of 43 questions. And what you can see here, just the main topics on what we touched upon. Obviously, we needed to get respondent details. So this is just basically gender, age, country they live in, faith, kind of like basic information. Then we'll ask some details about the place of worship itself in terms of size, the different activities that could be carried out, and that sort of thing. Then it was assessment, or we asked about the assessment of security and safety of the place of worship. This included if there had previously been any kind of security issues, what was done, if anything, what kind of actions we're planning on taking already in the future. And then we asked about partnerships, like who are the religious communities working with at the moment, or are they working with anybody? And this was we wanted to find out because it's important. Are religious communities already talking to law enforcement, other religious faith groups, or anybody? That's kind of like helps us get understanding of what that situation is at the moment. And yeah, like I said, so the whole project obviously it's including all faiths. So when we reached out to different umbrella organizations or religious sites, it was basically we didn't exclude any faiths. We sent it out to basically everyone we could, and also asked that it shared. Those people that we reached out to, we also asked them to freely share it to anybody else that they wanted to. And then we also obviously had a whole like marketing campaign around it to kind of build momentum. So which included obviously Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, all out the partners, kind of like the social media platforms. In addition to obviously just old-fashioned emails and phone calls, and whenever we're having like launch events in the countries, same thing we're bringing up the aspect of the survey. So some of the preliminary findings that we had so far was basically, it was very clear that in terms of hate crime data and that being collected across Europe, it was extremely unsystematic and not very structured, because every country had a completely different way of gathering reports of security incidents. So in terms of, because one incident one country might be kind of classified as a hate crime, and the next country wouldn't be. So it was basically, what this means is like the level of data at the moment, you can't really compare different countries to each other, because the way they kind of things are categorized, it doesn't really make sense to look at country A and country B. You can't compare them. So that's like a massive problem that we kind of like have. And not only just in like with our report, this is basically all other reports that have looked into this situation. This is a problem that it's not systematic enough. We also, this was kind of like a no problem, like there's a massive underreporting of when security incidents do take place. I think it was around, the estimate was around only 10% of security incidents that happen that actually get reported to like law enforcement. I think the number is slightly higher if you start looking at kind of like human rights groups, other NGOs who gather this data. These numbers go up, but when you talk about official statistics on the number of incidents, it's only estimates around 10% of what actually has happened. Like I said, I already touched upon these categories are not uniform in different countries, so you cannot really make direct comparisons. There is a discrepancy between official hate crime data and victim reports. Like I said, if you're looking at what law enforcement are basically being informed versus what like different NGOs and like other community organizations, the data they have, it's again, there's a discrepancy there. Now, what we're finding, obviously, there's tens of thousands of like religious sites across the 7 countries. So again, gathering kind of like a comprehensive or representative data from such a wide group was going to be difficult. One thing we kind of like saw was that when it comes to hate crimes, they usually aim at kind of like maximum visibility. So now this kind of refers to if an extremist is to carry out an attack against a religious site. In those cases, yeah, they're going to try and pick locations and methods that will kind of like maximize the amount of like media coverage of that. They're trying to make a spectacle, a show of that. So this is different from the everyday kind of like hate crime. So if it's just a regular, you know, your neighbor commits a hate crime against you or something like that, they are not aiming to go for maximum visibility. So there's a slight difference in kind of like who the perpetrator is and what their kind of like and their goals are, because the more visibility, so for those who are going for maximum visibility, let's say for Christchurch, for example, that kind of, the more media attention that gets, the more kind of credibility they as a perpetrator get, the more respect they get from their own group, the more they can kind of like motivate people from the same kind of like ideological kind of like preference. So that's something that to keep in mind. And when it comes to kind of like predicting attacks in the future, this is at the moment not possible because there simply isn't enough data to provide any kind of like concrete or effective insight on where possible attacks might be. So that's one of the things we're trying to achieve with our project is carry that message to the communities. We need more reporting. So if anything happens, no matter how small, and when I say small, even something as simple as vandalism can still have a massive psychological impact on the community itself. So it doesn't have to be like an attack always needs people to die and very kind of like massive, even like small incidents still have a massive psychological impact on the community. So we're trying to get that message across. We need more reporting. So that's one of, like I said, that's one of the things we're trying to carry out in our trainings, both for the faith leaders, but also women and youth. That is, regardless, we need more information. So some of the policy recommendations that we could kind of put together at this initial stage of the report was obviously we need to adapt and implement a more holistic strategy to fight all forms of violence against religious sites. Like I said, this is something we can't really afford that every country or every city, every village kind of does things, however they feel, just do something. In order to kind of actually get a sustainable and long-term effective approach to increasing security, it needs to be systematic in how, and kind of like evidence-based on how we carry out our actions. So yeah, there also needs to be a comprehensive plan for combating violence against religious sites. Like I said, it cannot just be like after the fact when we just put something together, no, it has to be like pre-planned. So we should always also look to create cooperation mechanisms between the governments, law enforcement, civil society organizations, and religious institutions. Wanted to build or recommend to build uniform emergency measures, kind of like for future. Like I said, one of the principles we're really trying to have is to get people to think about security proactively, because some of the conversations we're having in the communities, a lot of people, if they've never had a security incident, they don't really think about it. It's only after something happens that they start thinking, oh, actually, we should do something, which is obviously too late by then. So that's what we're trying to do, that changing the mindset that even if everything looks fine, still think about security. And that's actually really telling, because I was talking to, when I was doing trainings for women and youth, I was talking to 2 young Muslim men, and then I was asking them, okay, what is security for you? What are your security concerns? And what he was actually saying was like, he had never thought about security. So he said he had never thought about security until when the Christchurch attacks happened. And then he's saying, if something this bad can happen in New Zealand, which is considered, one of the safest countries in the world, which is never basically in the news for anything. So kind of like nothing ever happens in New Zealand. If something this bad can happen there, that means it can happen anywhere else. And then that's when they decided, well, actually, maybe I should think about my security. So again, that just goes to show, like, unfortunately, it makes sense that, if nothing's happened, we don't want to be concerning ourselves with, negative aspects of life. We'd rather focus on, things that make us happy. But what we're trying to do, like I said, is that shift mindset, that trying to be more proactive. And then last point is just to collect and maintain reliable information on attacks against religious sites. And reporting should be systematic, public, informative, and actionable for policymakers. Because again, with our conversations during the project, one of the feedback we're getting from law enforcement is it's kind of difficult for them, and policymakers as well, it's difficult for them to make any kind of law changes or policy changes if there is not enough information that security at religious sites is a problem. Because if everything, there is no official data on the attacks that happen, the communities are not saying we are concerned about X. The law enforcement are not really going to be able to do anything proactively. They're just going to be, because they're mainly a reactive force anyway. So in order to kind of get long-term, strategies in place, we're going to need that more information. And yes, so I guess I can think if there's any questions that come up at this point. How am I doing for time? 1 minute over. So yeah, I'm also here for the rest of the day as well. So if there's any questions you have at any point, please, to my best of my abilities, I'll try and answer. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. So at this point, we have a message from a faith leader, and I'm really happy to say that we can have Mr. Elias Gili, who is the Secretary General of the Council of Muslims in Germany, speaking to us. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today with you in Brussels, the capital of Europe, where we came together for this very important meeting and this very important topic. I thank Shokat and I thank the project of SOAR for working on this very important issue. I have been in Christchurch, I have visited the Imam, I have visited the community. I have been in Colombo after the attacks there. In Germany, we had very, very hard situations in Halle, in Hanau, where people has been attacked. So I'm also thanking the European Commission that you opened for the project of SOAR the possibility with faith leaders from all over Europe to work on this very important topic. I'm speaking to you as the Secretary General of the Central Council of Muslims in Germany, but also as the spokesperson of the Coordination Council of Muslims in Germany, which is an umbrella of the 6 biggest Muslim organizations like DITIB, the Central Council of Muslims, the Central Council of the Moroccan Community, the Central Council of the Albanians, and the VEKZ in Germany. And in this year, in the Central Council of Muslims, we have started a campaign asking the responsible ladies and sirs in our mosques to install someone who has to be responsible for the safety and the security in mosques. We have in all our mosques people responsible for cultural things, people responsible for public relations, but when we asked in the past in the mosques, what are you doing for security and safety of your community? Mostly I got the answer that the places of worship has their God, and God will save them. But in Islam, our Prophet taught us on his speech, he said, "Aqilha wa tawakkal." Do your best and believe in God that He will bless you and that He will save you. And Alhamdulillah, the mosque and the leaders in our mosque has began to install officers, ladies and gentlemen, working on safety, on the architectural safety, on the architectural security and all the things, but also giving awareness to the worshippers that we have to we have to check some things. We are also responsible. We can also, when there are attacks on places of worship, it's normal that we ask that the police has to do his job, that the politics has to do his job, but we have also to do our job. And here also our Prophet teaches us, كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. You are all responsible, and each one of you has to do his responsibility. So at this moment, Shaukat contacted me and told me that there is a project named SOAR. Of course, I was thinking, okay, when we have installed these officers in our mosque, who will train them? Who will give them, because it's not enough to have just someone responsible. You have also to give them the possibility to make this job. And the project SOAR came at the right time. And we had in Germany a lot of training, and we are working now together to spread it. And I'm still, until the end of March, the spokesperson of the Coordination Council. I will use my last days in the responsibility also to give awareness to the other communities. And I can just say thank you all that we are working together also with this interreligious idea, and that all places of worship has to be safe. that we have to think also on others, that we have to stay in solidarity when there are attacks. We had an attack in Darmstadt on a mosque. It was about 3.5 years ago. And 1 week later, the press, the media, is just talking about not about the victims, about who did this attack. Could it be a political attack? Has it something to do with PKK? Has it something to do with Turkey? And no one spoke to the imam and the family who has been attacked directly, and they have been living in the first etage of the mosque. And then I got together with Dr. Jürgen Miksch. He is the director of the Stiftung gegen Rassismus in Germany, of the Foundation Against Racism. And we are now organizing from the 14th, 2 weeks long, the International Weeks Against Racism. And we are founded Shoulder to Shoulder. Shoulder to Shoulder is an organization which is now funded by the German government. They don't think on the attackers, they think on the victims, and they show them solidarity directly when it happened. Everywhere we go together, faith leaders from Jewish, Muslim, other communities, and we show them that we stay in solidarity with you. Because these people who are doing such attacks, they want to spread the solidarity, they want to kill the solidarity like they want to kill these people. And when they see that after such attacks we are working more together, they will lose. And I'm also very happy that I read today that yesterday, the 15th of March, which is the date when the attacks in Christchurch happened, the UN has taken this day as the International Day Against Islamophobia. And this is a very good and necessary decision. And we as faith leaders, we as people, we can change something. Thank you for having me here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now the floor is to Colby, who will present the architect of the
Yes, no, thank you, hi to everybody, and thank you for having me. My name is Daria Goli, I'm an architect. I'm one of the directors at Betty Architects in Berlin. Usually I would do this presentation together with a colleague from a different office, Mr. Wolfgang Nord. He can't be here today. So we have a shared presentation. So I'm always showing his projects, but also our projects. And in the first part of the speech, I will impose on you some topics. So please, please keep following. And I promise in the end, I will also, in the second part, I will also show pictures and concrete examples. So then it's going to be more vivid. But architecture is not kind of a scientific equation. You cannot kind of start from one and go straight to the other. So you cannot say, okay, if you do this, another thing will happen. It's more complex. So yeah, I'm going to talk about security by design from the architect's point of view. I'm going to show 3 German examples, all newly built projects. So you already saw those examples. I mean, there's more to security than only architecture, of course. It's a whole bunch of experts and aspects to be considered. You already saw this, and you already saw this slide as well. we as architects are more talking about the passive security, and the active part is more with police offices and all this part. So we're talking about the building part. Of course, there's much more to architecture than just security, and there's much more to security than just architecture. So now I'm really narrowing my point of view to the overlap of the two. So I'm talking about the architectural projects only from this point of view. Of course, there's many more thoughts to the buildings that I'm showing, but time is limited. So now I'm going to the headlines, and please don't be afraid, it's a lot of words. But I would like to introduce you to some ideas that we as architects have in mind when we're designing a building, especially places of worship, thinking about security. So narrowing it down from the large scheme to the smaller one, of course, we always start with the urban situation. Every place of worship has some kind of urban context, urban situation, which very much defines possible risks, possible, what the situation is really, how people approach the site. And on a little bit smaller scale, of course, it's always about spaces around the building, close to the building. So, and how are these spaces perceived by public, by worshippers? How do these spaces feel? Because that's also part of the sense of security that I'm going to talk about. So, coming to the concrete building, we have already one conflict of aims or of objectives, the effect of the outer design. Of course, a place of worship is a special building in the city or in the place it's located in. It's not just any building, and you want to show that, of course. It's also a sign, it's a thing that you orient yourself in a city. But you don't want to be provocative, but you also don't want to be in camouflage. So it's to find balance in this respect is very important to think about. So you already get that I want to raise your awareness for some principles, for some ideas that we're thinking about. Another conflict of objectives, always in places of worship, also other public buildings, but especially places of worship, is the conflict between invitation and openness versus safety and protection. Most of places of worship, of course, want to welcome as many guests and visitors and worshippers as they can, and always want to be, often welcoming, but this obviously also means risk of people coming in easily that maybe have other ideas of, so I think you get the idea. That's always difficult to manage, but this is a major issue of design to resolve this. This leads to some questions. Can security be measured? Or at this point, I really would like to say that each and every situation is very specific, and it's always, you always have to look at the very specific situation to define a specific concept of security, as Shokrat has already mentioned this morning. And it's very important, I think, to have a look at the actual place, and also the what I wanted to say is that the perception of security is also very important. So I think you get a sense when there is a concept of security, when it's well thought of, people do perceive it. But what we need to do is also change perspectives. Perspective of the worshippers, perspectives of public, neighbors, perspective of possible terrorists. And they all have a different perspective on what is security of this building. And that leads to this point. This might be a conflict of objectives, but it's not necessarily. It's a deterrence versus invisible or disguised security. So deterrence can on one hand deter a possible attacker. It can also impose a sense of security for people. If you have cameras, they think, okay, maybe I'm safe. But of course, invisible security can also give you a feeling of safety. And I'm going to talk about this in the examples. Going back to the urban situation, velocities are a major issue. If your site is very close to a railway or a motorway or some places of high speed, that's always difficult. It's always, it imposes more risk because, vehicles can go with high speed, and so zoning is a major principle for a religious site to kind of calm down speed successively until your site, and to zone and to form open spaces that give the opportunity to take routes, but also to take detours. So if you have if your space is surrounded, or your site is surrounded by open spaces where you can go either this way or that way, or you have different possibilities to go within your building, that gives people who know the space or can easily access it the possibility to not get trapped, for example. Last headline, I promise, is the structural implementation, materials and details, and I will show a little bit of examples in one of Wolfgang's projects. So now pictures. I hope you have everything still in mind, and you will find the principles in the 3 projects I'm showing. In Dresden, this is a project by Wolfgang Lorch and his office. It has been built 20 years ago, and it's a synagogue and a community center right here. It's a newly built building. Talking about the urban space and velocities, there's a railroad just running right next to it, but it also has a bit of open space all around. It's a very city center of Dresden, prominent site, very close to the Frauenkirche. This is the building design. It's 2 buildings. This is the actual synagogue, and this is the community center. So the railway is down, it runs along here, and on the other side we have the street. So the design forms a common plateau, and it has also a little wall. It's not very high, but high enough to be some kind of shelter. You can access this side from here. There's also a stair. From the outside, quite hard shell. But when you enter the site, you're here on a courtyard, and then the community center opens very much to this courtyard. So there's the outer, the hard shell, and the transparency is very well designed in a way to where can we open, where can we not open. Wolfgang told me that this is 20 years ago it was considered safe, and now it's not considered safe anymore. So unfortunately there's more going on. This is the actual synagogue. You have a small entrance, it's all closed, but we have a skylight that we're going to see. This is the situation with the railroad, and this is the entrance. So there is a cube within a cube, and you enter inside the synagogue, and that's the actual space of the synagogue. So it's about the roots and the entrance. I'm going to show you another example. That's the project I'm working on at the moment in Berlin. It's a newly built, or it's just in planning phase. We're starting building now. It's a building that is initiated by the 3 Abrahamic religions, Jewish, the Christian and the Muslim community. There will be one building for the three religions under one roof. And it's also open to the secular public society, of course. It's in the whole city, it's this tiny bit. It looks tiny, it's not that tiny, but it's also not that large. Very close to Alexanderplatz, so also very prominent site in the center of Berlin. And we are also very close to this 6-lane motorway, so high-speed lorries and all kind of traffic running along. We have another small street facing the site straight away. So what we did, we closed the, we closed the building very much to the motorway. But we have an arcade running all the way along the motorway. That was also something that the city asked for. And we also, very similar to the previous project, we are building a small plateau. It's 1.5 meters high, so it's still connected with the public space and the outer world, and we have a little wall all around, and we have a staircase coming up here and there. So on the side you can see this is the high-speed way, this is the small street. We have another staircase coming up here, and this is the whole plateau that the building sits on, a kind of protected space only for pedestrians. And talking about tours and detours, we have the main entrance here. I mean, we're only showing plans and pictures that have been widely published already, so I can't go into kind of details in everything, but we can certainly say what we're going to see here is we have the main entrance, but the main entrance will only be opened for very, very special purposes. So the main role people are taking is doing this detour in this little space, have a security check, and then entering the space. So also, kind of implementing security without changing the architecture. So you can see this is the view straight from the small street facing the main entrance. And so it's quite welcoming, but still there are several steps to take. And when you turn around, you can see, or from a different view, you can see that this is the wall surrounding it all. There is a public space, so we count this area down. And so we have two sides. One is this entrance, this is the arcade, this is the motorway. And another thing that we did, I mean, again, I'm narrowing down to the security aspect. Of course, there's much more thoughts to the architecture. But from a security point of view, all the places of worship, they only start at this first floor level. So everything that's below and that is kind of in reach for a lorry for something is mainly spaces of architectural excavations that will be shown on the historic slides. So it's not places of assembly. Places of assembly only start from this floor onwards. And the building is also accessible for the public, and we have a top kind of rooftop terrace also to integrate public into the building, also implemented as a public building in a way, so it's being accepted widely by the public, and not only like it's theirs, you know. So this is a view of the archaeological site. So this is not for assembly; it's just for visiting, and so there's mainly empty spaces, to exaggerate a little bit, at this level. You can see that the other section, there's the archaeological spaces. This is the mosque, this is the synagogue, and the church was on this level. They're all equally, they have the same volume. This is the first floor level, one of the places of possible assembly. This is not one of the places of worship, it's the secular space. And this would be the rooftop terrace for all the visitors and the public to come. Last example is a project from Munich. Again, it's one of Wolfgang's projects. It's also in the very city center of Munich, also very close to the other Frauenkirche in Munich. It's a synagogue. This is the synagogue. It's a museum, and it's a community center. So we can see this is located in an open space. We have 4 accesses to this space, so difficult situation in a way. But what has been achieved is to not kind of fence off these facilities, but to kind of also calm down this space by putting these kind of posts. I mean, they're not always beautiful, but it's very effective to prevent, for example, vehicles coming into the space. So this space again is only for pedestrians. So it's a calm space, it's a public space. We have these little fences on these little sides, so people can walk freely and they can enter everywhere, but it's, calm down. And the design itself is, this is the mosque. So it has a hard shell, but you can see that the hard shell is not necessarily something that doesn't have to look like a bunker. It can also be very beautiful. This is the entrance to the synagogue, and very close to it is the museum with the same stone and in a different design. And it's very open to the public, as the museum has a different classification as the mosque. So kind of balance between the openness and the closed space. And this is the third part. It's the community center, which has a school and all that. And this is a kind of architectural detail that I would like to show you. These windows are security windows, but if you really show security windows, it's like thick glasses and huge frames. So you really don't want to show that, and unless you want the building to look like a prison. So what they did is have these security windows, but just in front have a second layer of glass with a very thin frame. So you can see these windows look very elegant, although there is a security window behind. So very safe, still beautiful. This is the very open, transparent space of the museum. So not all of the cubes are very close, but this is very open. That's the access to the mosque. And I cannot talk about where the escape routes are, but to have the access, but also escape routes, of course, is very important. And the wall again, and the symbol opens to the sky to get air, to get light in, to have some transparency in the ceiling. And this is the kind of skylight of the synagogue. Also has some religious meaning, but of course this also is designed in a way so it fits the security measures. And I just want to show this as security measures don't necessarily have to be awful. They can be also quite beautiful. Thank you. So yeah, maybe I will do all day as well.
Thank you very much, Leda. Thank you. So at this point in time, we will have another message from the European Commission that the gentleman is not yet here. So if you have any questions to any of the speakers of the morning, then this is the moment for you to press the floor. Otherwise, we can go into the early coffee break as we want. Are there any questions at this moment?
Yes, please. A question to the architect. Is security by design mainly when you're going to build a new portion, or you show it an elevation, or you should create an existing building that have nice, well, architectural modifications to also protect?
Yeah, of course, you can impose it in both ways. Of course, I was just showing examples of those buildings because that's the project we were just working on. It's very, yeah, you really have to look at the specific site and look at the situation, the urban situation, and what you have. So working with an existing building is of course possible, but you have to go into the building and have a look at the specific surroundings and parameters that you have. So of course it's possible, yes, and then you develop a concept of what you can do, what you want to do, what are the risks. The risk assessment is something very important that the SOAR project is working on. And if you need to work, for example, if you need to stretch your space a bit, and we're talking about a project that kind of stretch a little bit into the urban space to make room for security to fill this open space. The working with the municipality and to build a network is very important, which was also an aspect of the security training. So there are lots of aspects, but of course, working with existing buildings is one of the main challenges that we are facing, as most of the buildings are already built and not that many are in neighborhoods. So yeah, especially talking about sustainability, we need to work with existing buildings.
So could you give advice, for example, on major renovation work that could be done to protect the place of worship, and if the community is not so wealthy, can do so with minimal renovation, minimal things that could be done to help, because some communities don't have to do like multi-million.
Yeah, I think that's one of the major issues we were talking about previously, that of course all kinds of methods, most religious communities are small and of course they don't have that to spend on whatever. Yeah, I think that's one of the major things that the SOAR project needs to work on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. But it's always depends on the risk assessment. I mean, what is the concrete situation with respect to or another place of worship? Yeah. I think it has to be very concrete advice. It's not so easy to say, okay, do 1, 2, 3, and you're fine.
This project shows seem to be like the protection.
Yeah, of course. It's the aim was to raise your awareness of what are the principles, what are the ideas, and what architectural design which you can.
Okay, then I have 2 questions. One to you and one to you, Tej.
Yeah.
So I will start with you. So the emergency exits that you're referring to are, for example, the staircase, right?
Yeah.
Staircase.
Yeah.
What else are you planning as an emergency exit?
Yeah, I mean that's always kind of going to build more of the time. But yeah, maybe I mean we're not. Yeah, it's maybe an emergency exit and staircase. I mean very conventional. Language of the state. I mean there's not otherwise like protection or anything. I mean, of course it's not. I mean we do have kind of technical equipment installed. For example, I can only speak about our project. That is react to situations where it might be more advisable, for example, to stay upstairs if there's something happening on the ground, and then people will be there will be an alarm, and so people there's a I mean it's all planning, but not implemented yet. But the idea is to have an intelligent system to of alarm to tell people either to leave the building or not to leave.
Just having pulled out.
Yeah.
Running on that one, just to kind of help as well.
Yes.
It's a great answer. What we've also found is that there's 3 aspects here. The question that we're asking is absolutely critical, because following the research of the Christchurch attack, most of the people that were killed were at the emergency exits, because people did not know how to open the emergency exits, and they were so traumatized. So the second level is now in security by design. If the designer knows how to open the doors, which way they open, the style of the handles, the style of the glass. All this is being looked at from the SPB European level perspective. The second aspect is actually emergency preparation from the community perspective. They don't actually know where to go. What we're finding at the moment, that some of these people never even heard an emergency alert in their building. They've never heard of the fire alarm. So next level is, what is the emergency planning for communities when there is a signal to go? So what Dari was saying is, what we found is that sometimes female facilities are, sometimes it's actually best not to evacuate the building, but to close the door internally to stay protected inside. If there's an attack in different parts of the building, well, that's an education matter. And the third aspect is basically this kind of redevelopment of facilities relating to planning laws. So different states have different planning laws. And that's something that we need to harmonize as well. And that's something that we've spoken to local architects. They're saying that the planning regulation in certain countries is different in our country. So your question is so multi-layered, a very smart question. So we need to look at that moving forward, how to support communities when we are developing structures in these spaces.
There's a lot of training as well, but you're also undergoing.
100%. That's what we found out when we started, when we did the risk assessment. 90% said we never needed fire exit emergency planning procedure. And our community never heard of fire alarm. So this is what's really interesting, that the community actually needs to be re-educated about how to, what to, when to. This is something that we're looking to design a leaflet. You know, you have this one tell high thing. We've got something how to, when to, what to. So, so yeah, no, great question.
See the potential future training.
So this is what, like, for instance, Mr. Yazidi was saying, is that when they put the call out for religious leaders to be trained in the community building, what we're finding is that the religious leaders and their second in command are saying, we love the idea, but we need the training. We need materials. We need handbooks. So this is something now we're thinking about, okay, how to and what to do. But it's all about re-educating and informing the community. And this is what is at the heart of the SOAR project.
Yes, that's very nice idea, informal training. So, yeah, discussing it. And Jason, one question for you. You said that for the survey was quite ambitious, and I really understand that, especially in days of COVID. Are you planning whatsoever to improve the data, or you already gathered data of the survey in the report that you're about to implement?
So yeah, basically the report we're going to be finalizing next month is basically continuing the first version.
Including survey results.
Yeah, it's going to be included. So yeah, what we also decided to do is like pivot away from the survey to do more qualitative interviews with faith leaders, because what we realized, because we're not going to get enough responses to the survey to make it basically relevant. So what we're going to do is then also pivot to do more qualitative interviews to get the feedback from the community that way.
Okay, then what would be using the place of survey?
Yes. So that's actually, now that we have some faith leaders present here, that's also one thing that, so this process of interviews for our research report is still ongoing. So if you would like to be taking part and kind of like give your kind of like views on your security concerns, this is basically a 1 hour sit down with one of our researchers. By all means, let me know, and then we can have that set up for you.
Okay, thank you. Camila, would you like to say something?
After the topic, we will have two presentations, one from really got the European Commission, and then there'll be another European Commission member talking about anti-Semitism, and then we'll be going into the round table. So just before we break up for a short coffee break.
Why today security by design is not mandatory?
No, mandatory?
Yes.
Good question. So actually, this is the beauty of this. Actually, I must commend the European Commission. The European Commission and the ISF team, we started to talk about security. The concept of security by design as a technical, architectural, tactical issue is been around for some time as a technical aspect and as a legal aspect for certain types of buildings. So in certain buildings, it is mandatory. Okay? What we wanted to do was to bring this concept lower down to the community level. Okay? So say for instance, like military buildings, residential buildings, government buildings, police buildings, there are certain legal aspects in their planning regulation where security by design is important. But some of those principles needed to be filtered down to the community level based upon historical attacks. So within planning regulation, there are certain aspects of SPD which are there. For instance, thickness of glass, types of glass, say ground level. There are aspects there in planning. Some are mandatory, some are not mandatory, but the architects and planners know that. What this aspect is actually informing religious leaders that when you are looking to retrofit or redesign existing buildings, start thinking about security and SPD. And what we're finding, and I discussed it with Martin this morning, is that actually within your planning discussion with your architects, you should start asking the question about security. So hold up, for instance, from Paris, last night we were discussing again, that in the planning discussion with your architects, don't just talk about the chandeliers, the domes, the color of the walls. Start asking critical questions regarding what if this happens? Is there a security feature that we can build in that will ultimately be sustainable and reduce cost and help protect our community? Whether it will become mandatory, different aspects will become mandatory, that is at two levels. One is at European level, and they are speaking about it, and there is actually another forum talking about what are the standards. But the next level is at state level, so in France, Germany, Belgium, Holland, and the next level is at local level, the local planning regulations. And what we're finding is that local planning regulation, you have the police principles. The police also has an opinion on what is safe and what is not safe, especially when Dario was talking about velocity issues. So whether you have bollards, whether you have planters, and Corelli was talking about this EU quick guide, and there's a new guide that's come out talking about specifically about technical aspects of bollards. And this is already been agreed at the European level. So this issue about mandatory is a different level. But this is, I think, a work in progress. If you're interested, we can link to the right. But great question.
So if there are no other questions, we should wait for the coffee break. But before, can I still remind you that inside your folder, you have a survey about this event today. So whenever you have a moment, could you have a look and just fill it in so we know if this event serves the purpose and if you're happy with it or what we can change for the next one. As I said, it's the first one of a series of 4. So this would be really appreciated. And you can just leave it at the exit or with Victoria or yeah. Thank you very much. And so I would say we have a coffee break now.
But it's getting better in the long run. Okay, so everybody's fine. Who is that? Who are you from? Yeah, I just want to say attention that you have been and then everybody will show you around. Yeah, right. Hey! Because my came back to anyway.
Auditeurs de la radio ILA, vous venez de suivre la première partie de cette conférence sur la sécurité by design. C'est SOAR, c'est une organisation qui a mis en place cette formation pour les lieux de culte, pour pouvoir montrer quelles sont les différentes modalités, quelles sont les différentes formes de sécuriser nos lieux de culte. Sécuriser nos lieux de culte à travers l'architecture. C'était ça l'objectif de cette conférence de ce matin. Donc, on a eu la présentation de l'organisation, qui elle est, comment est-ce qu'elle est structurée, où elle intervient. Vous avez vu aujourd'hui, après les événements qu'on a eu par rapport aux attentats, aux problèmes qui sont liés à la sécurité des lieux de prière. Aujourd'hui, c'est ce que nous avons eu comme intervention. Les gens sont partis pour la petite pause aujourd'hui. Nous sommes en train de faire la pause pour que les gens reprennent la formation. Je vous disais tantôt que c'est une formation qui est orientée pour les personnes qui sont les lieux de culte, que ce soit les synagogues, les églises, les mosquées, partout où les communautés vont se retrouver pour faire c'est cette formation. Et on nous a montré comment est-ce qu'on peut prendre l'aspect sécuritaire de ces lieux-là à travers l'architecture, à travers les formes de construction. Donc déjà, à travers l'architecture des lieux, nous pouvons sécuriser ces lieux de culte pour pouvoir protéger nos concitoyens, nos différentes communautés dans ces lieux de culte. Vous avez vu tout ce qui s'est passé dans le monde où on entend qu'une personne allait rentrer dans une église pour pouvoir faire des actes odieux. Et nous avons aussi vu des mosquées qui sont vandalisées, nous avons vu des églises, des synagogues qui sont vandalisées. Voilà l'objectif de SOAR, qui est sécurité en fait aujourd'hui. Security by design, c'est la sécurité à travers le design des lieux de culte. C'est ça, cette formation qu'on a vue aujourd'hui. Là, c'est une pause café. On va essayer de prendre individuellement quelques personnes, voir si on peut les poser quelques questions. Et c'est l'heure de la pause café. Et nous allons revenir dans la présentation d'autres parties, d'autres volets de cet événement. Auditeurs de la radio, il a encore de plus. Merci pour votre confiance. Nous sommes là pour vous servir et servir l'ensemble de la communauté. Cette radio est faite pour vous et pour vous.
Just one. Just one, yeah. Okay. Two if you can find, or one would be fine. Two better than one. You'll be
Because it's
Alors, si vous avez des personnes qui peuvent faire une interview, faire une petite présentation, là on profite puisque les gens sont à la pause, on leur pose 2-3 questions qui répondent. Si, je vous donne tout ça. Voilà, il n'y a pas de souci.
What is the link for YouTube channel? Yeah. C'est la petite pause café. Voilà.
No, yeah, we have these all last
Oh yeah, it is my my friend. No, oui, si tu veux. Heureusement, on va le faire là rapidement. Alors, je viens. Okay. Bonjour monsieur, comment vous allez? Alors ce matin, vous avez participé à cette conférence sur les acteurs Mais aujourd'hui, la réponse par là, comment on introduit l'aspect architectural dans la civilisation de quelle est la question
la condition que la nation et tout à fait pouvoir justement optimiser
l'optimisation de la sécurité. Est-ce que par exemple, aujourd'hui, avant de rentrer cette optimisation, est-ce que vous avez déjà pensé à ce concept?
Oui, à différents niveaux. Parce que l'ensemble de recommandations par rapport à l'explosion depuis récemment. Et c'est vrai qu'on peut toujours aller un cran plus loin et on voit effectivement malheureusement parce qu'il peut y avoir toute une série d'avantages bâtiment, en fait, je vais avoir progressé la perception des choses, de devoir penser et de pouvoir prévoir différents scénarios pour avoir lieu. Et maintenant, voilà, évidemment, dans le cœur de ce projet, c'est d'équiper, lister l'ensemble de choses qui peuvent améliorer le bâtiment, ou même déjà à la base, en une feuille blanche, le plus évolué possible, le bâtiment, alors, moi, finalement, j'ai un petit peu un pied dans différentes organisations. Je suis moi-même avant tout architecte indépendant, donc j'ai une équipe qui est un bureau qui fait l'architecture classique et différents bâtiments. Moi, en tant que patron, je suis aussi en fait un intelligence artificielle pour laquelle dans le dispositif en lien avec la construction. Je suis également membre d'un architecte pédagogique, je suis et ici, l'architecte de l'Europe,
Merci beaucoup pour ce que vous avez en commun. Et j'espère qu'à la sortie de cette journée, merci et bonne journée à vous. Auditeurs de la radio Lila, vous pouvez écouter ce monsieur qui vient dans l'ordre des architectes qui nous a parlé de son implication dans les différents domaines de l'architecture. Il est dans le Conseil de l'Europe par rapport à l'architecture et nous sommes encore journée continue. Nous allons travailler toute la journée d'aujourd'hui par rapport à l'architecture.
to improve the fight and to support our member states in the fight against terrorism at EU level for the years, for 5 years, so 2022, 2025. And in this agenda, one of our commitments is to work on a virtual architectural book on urban design. And this book is supposed to help all stakeholders getting more familiar with the concept, but not only, also giving them an operational, practical point of view and helping them, assisting them in their work. So the work that has been done on this book involves a series of experts. It's not only European Commission experts, but also academia, experts from the member states in the security terrorism field, and we really hope that it will have added value in this field. So maybe just to say a few words about security by design. I don't know what you've discussed already. I'm sure that you are all familiar with the concept, but I guess for us, security by design is about proportionality, multifunctionality, and maybe I'm already repeating what has been said now. Sustainability, accessibility, and aesthetics. So security by design, in a way, is the antonymous to the creation of unlivable urban fortresses. When designing and planning new urban areas, the concept of security by design can be taken into account and applied where possible, so that optimal solutions can be achieved in terms of not only security but also cost effectiveness and multifunctionality and social acceptability. And the book that we are working on will hopefully touch on all of these issues. But maybe that was a more abstract idea about the book. Maybe to tell you a little bit about the elements contained in the book, so that you look forward to receiving it later on. So in this book, we will start by talking about the concept of a public space. But not only that, also the presentation of a public space, maybe from a European perspective and also a historical perspective, because Europe has its characteristics in the way the public space is designed. And we will also talk about terrorism risk assessment in public spaces, threat identification, vulnerability, and also likelihood assessment. We will also have a chapter on technical consideration of hostile vehicle mitigation. So basically vehicle security barriers, categorization, typology, mitigation of explosion effects by innovative measures. And we will also have a chapter discussing about issues to be considered when installing protective measures. There will also be a chapter about maybe sociological aspects of security by design and project management tips for the implementation of the security by design concept. I think more or less that's what I wanted to give you, because I just, it's not work that is finalized yet, but it's coming, and it's our commitment in the counterterrorism agenda to provide this. I really hope that the result, the final result, will be very useful also for your work and in your community. Also for the implementation of this project, because this project is also having a work package that is focusing on this. As I said, hopefully it will be done in a few months. We are now finalizing, the chapters are actually drafted. We just need to rearrange, finalize, and just do the last arrangements. And yes, I look forward also to hearing your feedback after this book is out, because it would be good to know, what we missed, what we can improve. It's the security by design. I think it's an exercise, an ongoing exercise. Thank you for your attention, and maybe Vesta would like to say a few words about the anti-Semitism strategy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louisa. Yeah, no, grateful to have the opportunity to present the European Commission's strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. It has a it has a pillar on security in it, which is for the security of the Jewish community, but many of the policies in it are also relevant for other communities of faith. For me, today is also in that respect really an opportunity to learn more about how communities can better protect each other or themselves against terrorist attacks, hate crimes, violence in general. The situation, I think all of you realize it also for your own communities, is often that we are facing situations where we need either the military in front of synagogues, in this case, or Jewish schools, but also for other communities of faith where we need police protection. Let it be clear, of course, that ideally we want a world or a situation in the EU where we would not need this. But as long as we need it, we have to ensure together that we can provide it. And we also have to, let's say, encourage the member states who are, in the end, responsible for the security of all their citizens, that they provide this kind of security. Speaking about anti-Semitism, what we see through the ages, what you see here are anti-Semitic incidents recorded in France and in Germany. Let it be clear that this is an underreporter, that there is high levels of underreporting. There might also be in other communities that we know that of all hate crime incidents and hate speech incidents, only around 20% really gets registered. And in other cases, for different reasons, people believe that the police will not do something serious, or they think, yeah, the follow-up is not, there will not be a follow-up, so why would I not spend my time reporting the incident, or there is not enough trust between authorities or maybe other institutions or NGOs to report the incidents. Nevertheless, you see some trends both in France and Germany that might be interesting. You see namely that from 2010 to until around 2014-15 in France, you see an increase from around 460 incidents to around 850 incidents. And in Germany, you see a bit of a similar increase from around 1,200 incidents to around 1,500 incidents around 2014, where you see that hypothetically, potentially, heightened tensions in the Middle East leads to more anti-Semitic attacks and incidents in the EU. Later on, you see it dropping again, and then you see it rising again. So you see lower numbers in 2016, and you see it rising again towards 2018, 2019, maybe caused by more right-wing populist atmosphere in Europe, causing also more conspiracy theories about Jewish people, leading again to more incidents. We don't know exactly what is behind the numbers. We also know that the numbers are not perfect due to differences in recording between the member states due to the underreporting. We noticed that we see there is an increase in anti-Semitism. Some other figures in that regard. We did a study on anti-Semitism online, and during the pandemic there was on French language accounts a 7-fold increase in anti-Semitic postings based on the pandemic, blaming Jews for creating the virus, wanting to make profits from the vaccine, etc. And in Germany there was even a 13-fold increase in anti-Semitic postings. Some other things are that 9 out of 10 Jewish people consider that anti-Semitism has increased in their country, and 85% of Jewish people considers it a serious problem. We also look at it from a different perspective, as what we don't only want to focus on anti-Semitism, we also want to focus on fostering Jewish life. And then we see that people know, although Jewish people are living in Europe for thousands of years, they know relatively little about Judaism, Jewish people, etc. So only 3% of Europeans feels very well informed. there's around 1 or 1.5% of Jewish people in the EU. So that's probably already half of that 3%. And the rest says that they are probably not informed. So it's also a bit about, as a policy, we don't not only want to talk about combating anti-Semitism, we also want to educate about Jewish life, Jewish people, to not only have, let's say what I would call a bit this negative discourse about look how vulnerable the community is, but also look at what has the community contributed over the centuries to Europe. Just some more, and this might be familiar figures also in your communities, but what we see in the Jewish community is that 71% of Jewish people sometimes avoid carrying or displaying items that would identify them as Jewish. So people of Jewish faith in this case, or Jewish people, but also of other faith, the problem is probably similar. They are afraid to show, for instance, in their clothing that they are from this faith, because the risk for hate speech on the street or being a victim of hate crime increases, and that is of course an unacceptable situation. We also know that 38% of Jews have considered emigrating because they do not feel safe as Jews in the EU. It is of course absolutely fine if people want to emigrate away from the EU, but it's not okay if it's because they do not feel safe in the EU. And this is really a message that we are trying to give also towards member states to pick up that responsibility. Every citizen from whatever community of faith should feel safe in the EU. Therefore, the Commission presented last October its first ever EU strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. And it has basically 3 pillars. It's 1, preventing and combating all forms of anti-Semitism. 2, and I'll try to focus a bit more on it, but protecting and fostering Jewish life in the EU. And 3, education, research, and Holocaust remembrance. And in addition, we'll not focus on that today, but there's also an element of foreign policy where we try to be leading the global fight against anti-Semitism. One of the priorities with the strategy is also to encourage the member states to develop national strategies against anti-Semitism, because it cannot be done only at EU level, of course, but we really need involvement from the member states, from cities where Jewish people live. Everybody needs to be involved to make sure our communities are safe. Regarding the first pillar, what I'll focus on most is online anti-Semitism, because I think we all know that with social media, hate speech has increased, violent content is increasing, and this can lead to radicalization, this can lead to real attacks, real hate crimes in the real world. For that reason, there is, of course, the Commission's Code of Conduct. What we will try to do is to better connect Jewish organizations with existing trusted flaggers to the internet companies, so that they can better report anti-Semitic content to internet companies and make sure that it gets removed online. This, of course, remains a major challenge. I mean, on the one hand, internet companies are really doing their best. On the other hand, there is a lot of hateful content still online, and of course, it also migrates between platforms, making the challenge more complex. We're also focusing on to prevent illegal display and sale of Nazi-related symbols, memorabilia, and literature, because this is kind of a type of content that keeps an anti-Semitic subculture alive in the EU. What else? And what we really try to do as well is to encourage national law enforcement and judicial authorities to really prosecute online hate speech, because I think it simply goes unpunished too often. So there are really literally posted, I don't know, millions of hateful messages almost per day, if it's not per month else. But nobody feels the consequences. How often does it happen that somebody really has to go to jail or pay a serious fine? There are a few examples, but in for most cases, there are no consequences. As long as there are no consequences for users, it will keep happening. Looking more into the security aspect, yeah, my colleague Louisa knows much more details about these kind of policies. But also for the Jewish community, they are extremely important. First of all, like I said, we really try also here to encourage the member states to pick up their responsibility to protect their Jewish communities and of course also other communities. In cooperation with member states, we will map the existing national security and protection measures to protect public spaces and places of worship. And as you all know, because also the funding for this project comes from the Internal Security Fund, there is funding aiming to better protect public spaces and places of worship. Furthermore, there is also some operational support to the communities, including the Jewish community. So there are advisory missions where there are workshops to better protect places of worship, such as schools, but also synagogues, of course. And we are also organizing, together with ODIHR, the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights of the OSCE, workshops between law enforcement and Jewish communities to really strengthen the ties between them and train them to see anti-Semitism, to understand the phenomenon. Because also, of course, what often happens is that law enforcement is of goodwill, but they don't know everything about the community, they don't know about the challenges they face, so there really needs to be a regular dialogue between law enforcement and the communities, and they really need to understand the phenomena, the hate crime they are facing, but also sensitivities and about being aware about certain cultural days, religious days, etc. The final chapter focuses much more on education, research, and Holocaust remembrance. Here you should think about that, yeah, we also want to prevent anti-Semitism. So we don't, I mean, when we talk about protection, of course we want to protect against attack, but it's often, it happens that attacks and we react to it, but we want to prevent the attack itself. And then education is of course important. So one of the actions will be training, supporting educational professionals to train on anti-Semitism. We are also looking into more depth into anti-Semitic prejudices, because we know there is a lot of anti-Semitism among the population, but we don't know how big it is. We don't know how big it's really. It's probably small, luckily or not, a hardcore group of anti-Semites, but also among the mainstream of society, there are probably still some anti-Semitic thoughts that sustain anti-Semitism over the years and make it hard to combat if the mainstream also keeps believing them and sometimes keeps agreeing on social media or etc. or liking a post which in the end is anti-Semitic. So we want to understand better how do European citizens, what are their thoughts, and yeah, which of them classify as anti-Semitic. And another action I'd like to highlight is that to better preserve, let's say, the memory of the Holocaust, because yeah, it is now 76 years ago. Many of the survivors are dying. 10, 20 years from now, really most of them will have passed away. They will not be able to tell the story themselves. So we need other ways to keep the memory alive for Jewish people, but also as a memory that this could happen to any other group in society that is constantly being discriminated. And therefore we are supporting the creation of a network of sites where the Holocaust happens, from synagogues to Jewish cultural sites, from hiding places to shooting grounds, because also with the action, what we also hope to achieve is to really tackle some of the, let's say, less or known facts about the Holocaust that also might lead to Holocaust denial. Sometimes we see people, but if all the Jews were killed in Auschwitz, that's not possible with the number of gas chambers there. Yeah, but that's because they don't know that half of the Jewish people got shot just in the field, in pits, in the woods, you name it. So we should also look into how can we just get the facts of the Holocaust right, and how can we make sure that people know these facts correctly, and that we as a society would learn the right lessons about this. So these are just in a nutshell, really some highlights of the strategy. The complete strategy has over 70 actions. As you saw, one pillar is really focused on protection and security of the Jewish community. For me, it's also, as a team, I'm part of the office of the European Commission coordinator on combating anti-Semitism. So we monitor the implementation of the entire strategy. But today, for me, is also a great opportunity to learn more of how can you practically work on the security of Jewish communities, but communities of all faiths. How do we arrange that? Security by design is absolutely one of the necessary tools to do so. So I also really look forward to learn more during the rest of our workshop today, and I'm also a little bit longer for the lunch, and happy to speak with anybody to just learn more about the topic and what all of you are working on. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lester. I think this is very rare to have an EU-level network dialogue event where you have 3 speakers from the European Commission. So we feel super privileged to have you all here. Really, thank you. So now we would move on to this workshop part. So we will take the 4 tables here, and then we will sit around and group around. So in ways that we have different stakeholders at the table. So one architect at each table, one person from the European Commission at each table, different faith leaders. What we could do is, because we have different nationalities and languages here, so that we can have like maybe 2 tables in English, and then we can have 1 table in German. So also alle, die gerne lieber Deutsch sprechen, vielleicht einfach an den Tisch setzen. En français, nous prenons cette table-là. Donc, nous avons qui parle français aussi, donc c'est assez ça. So if you just stand up, shuffle around, basically don't stay with your friends, go to a different table, and then you can try this first. Yeah. But I say this is a French table, yeah?
This is the best. Yes, this one.
Je vais acheter mon alcool. Non, c'est ça qui veut que je fasse.
Abshir.
If there are too many over there, I mean,
Il va falloir plus des lumières.
Yeah. Very good cards.
Vous parlez tout juste français ou aussi français? Sure. Or maybe together with yeah, so maybe
Bienvenue.
Voilà.
C'est le nous rencontrer.
Alors, en fait, cette document, je commence à regarder le trajet. J'ai jamais vraiment vu celle-ci. Alors, le trajet, c'est 5 heures en voiture. En moto, c'est 10 heures. Et en train, c'est 11 heures.
donc, justement, c'est caché sous la modèle de la session, mais on va essayer de rédiger un peu ces indications là-dedans.
So just before we start, I think it's worth just going back to taking each introduction name, title, and then we can start. So I'll start with my
Vous pouvez vous présenter.
Il a dit mon nom, Voilà, donc il est responsable du projet SOAR en France. On organise des formations on a fait à Strasbourg et bien sûr à Toulouse, à Lens, à Lyon, partout. Et je suis très heureux d'être avec vous.
Okay, good. This way. Martin.
Mon nom c'est Martin Denis, je suis les demandé la reconnaissance
Enchanté tout le monde, bonjour. Je m'appelle Ismaël, je suis architecte de formation, je mets un cours d'architecture de Liège. En lien avec la construction et je suis également membre de Archetypes et je suis heureux de participer avec vous tous.
Moi également, je suis architecte, Davendi, j'exerce mon métier d'architecte à Paris. Aujourd'hui, je suis là parce que je m'intéresse à la notion de sécurité dans sa globalité, qu'il s'agisse de sécurité incendie, d'incendie périlleux, des risques naturels ou bien de la sécurité contre l'intrusion, que ce soit au vol ou des choses comme ça. J'ai été invitée par l'État, j'ai commencé à réfléchir aussi sur la question des équipements religieux lorsqu'ils sont implantés dans un espace Europe. Voilà, on parlait de ça, on travaille avec l'université, les questions des écoquartiers, chose que je n'avais pas dans mon métier de des recherches d'art. Et je suis très heureuse de faire partie de cette plateforme. Voilà.
Auditeurs de la radio Ila, vous êtes en train de suivre en direct cette formation de SOAR, qui est une organisation qui est en train de mettre en place toute une politique pour la sécurisation de lieux de culte. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à Bruxelles pour pouvoir assister à cette formation. Comme je vous ai dit à l'entame de cette émission, que cette formation elle est faite pour pouvoir prendre l'aspect de design, c'est-à-dire l'aspect de l'architecture dans la sécurisation du lieu de culte. Donc, du coup, vous allez avoir cela actuellement, ils sont un petit groupe, ils sont en train de constituer ce que vous allez voir, ce que vous voyez là en ce moment, ils sont un petit groupe dans la salle de travail, ils ont formé 3 groupes pour pouvoir discuter, échanger sur comment est-ce que le design, l'aspect, l'architecture peut être pris en considération dans la sécurisation des lieux de culte. Je ne vous apprends rien, vous savez comme tout bien que moi que ces derniers temps, nous avons vécu des actes de terrorisme, de vandalisme, l'antisémitisme sur les lieux de culte. Donc, la commission économique de la Commission européenne a pris cette problématique en charge, d'où l'implication des acteurs de la société civile dans la gestion de la sécurité des lieux de culte. Donc, ils impliquent l'aspect architectural, ils sensibilisent les gens sur comment est-ce qu'il faut prendre la sécurité de ces lieux de culte. C'est pourquoi nous sommes là. C'est des associations, ce sont des imams, ce sont des personnes de la société civile, ce sont c'est tout le monde, toutes les couches de nos communautés, nos différentes communautés qui sont réunies pour pouvoir réfléchir sur l'aspect sécuritaire, de comment est-ce qu'on peut mettre la sécurité au niveau de nos lieux de culte. Donc là, ils sont en petit groupe. Je vous invite à suivre. C'est vrai que c'est pas évident, mais bon, voilà, c'est long ce live, c'est comme ça. Il faut savoir que nous sommes là pour vous informer, vous accompagner, pour pouvoir vous permettre de comprendre ce qui se passe dans nos différentes communautés, surtout dans nos lieux de culte, que ce soit l'église, les temples, les synagogues, les mosquées. Tous ces endroits-là sont des endroits à sécuriser. La Commission européenne prend en considération ces aspects-là qui sont inquiétants parce que les gens sont animés, il y a certaines personnes parmi nous qui sont animées de mauvaise foi et qui font des actes ignobles, qui tuent des personnes pour des convictions. Donc c'est dans ce sens-là que ce séminaire aujourd'hui organisé pour permettre aux architectes, d'accord, de venir expliquer aux pratiquants, c'est-à-dire les personnes qui sont directement concernées par rapport à ces lieux de culte-là, comment est-ce qu'on peut prendre le design, c'est-à-dire l'aspect architectural des lieux de culte pour pouvoir en faire une sécurité. Voilà la raison de notre rencontre d'aujourd'hui qui se fait à Bruxelles au niveau de la Commission européenne. Je vous souhaite une bonne suite. Vous regardez cette émission avec nous. Nous sommes là pour partager ce moment avec vous.
Yeah, okay, I can go. I can go, but I will give you the permission. How right now.
What we want to do is, because of the architects here, policy level, EU level, we want to have a dialogue, engagement about security of your place of worship, your experiences, feedback, and then again, some people from the architects potentially again, what are some of the lessons learned, what we need to improve, and then have the policy aspect also from the EU about taking your feedback, taking it on board, and then have practical steps, because we have more of these events to come. So we want to take what we learned today, the feedback and responses, and make sure we take it back to the EU and put into something tangible.
Ça va? Ah, si, ok.
We'll make sure we can.
On va marquer annonce, donc pink would be test de bonne expérience, et après avec les verts, ça va être et les gens, ça va être votre commentaire par rapport à l'événement, votre suggestion pour les prochains événements, parce que ça va être l'événement soit physique, soit en ligne. Vraiment, c'est les février, donc on va essayer de les solutions, lesson learned, solutions que vous avez trouvées questions and answer. Like, what about small communities? How do they pay for that? And this is also why we have the community assessment, where no, mais en fait, c'est les roses, c'est par rapport à s'il y a eu des cas de SOAR. I think it's for attacks or experience négative, oui, voilà, par rapport à la communauté. Et la baisse, c'est la solution que vous avez appliquée. Et voilà, pour aller aux réfugiés.
Just to introduce, sorry, because we did a roundtable. This is Corelia from the European Commission. Just show.
Yeah. Dans ce stade, donc l'organisation religieuse du gouvernement,
Des mosquées musulmanes,
Yes, so take the best what they exchange
comment est-ce que vous avez connu
Thank you. Just to start, so I think the best thing to do is just go around the table. What we're going to do is just maybe I think if it's right, I think we can just talk maybe just
I think
so what we want to do is just get your experiences, attacks, your thoughts on security for your places, worship, any experiences that you've had. We want to document this down through pink slips, and then we can look at how you responded to it, and then something to take away. So just to open up the table, any experiences or attacks, vandalism, security issues that you faced, as the floor is open to share this dialogue, and then you can have input from the architects.
Si on n'a pas d'expérience sur le détail, quel est notre rapport il faudrait imaginer ça c'est
Yeah, so again, like there might be an experience of an institution like mine, mostly in Strasbourg, you say you had broken glass and vandalism, and then they ask if you understand the glass may never change the structure. So it's just that currently is doing this, getting this information, so again, it helps understand from the EU perspective. We want to do some more recently, so we can take a lot of the discussion over the next one.
Alors, moi, j'ai pas d'expérience vécue. J'ai été en contact avec les leaders du dans le responsable des projets en France. J'ai rencontré pas mal de personnes qui m'ont parlé. C'est classé sur un niveau. Aujourd'hui, c'est les difficultés financières. On remarque par exemple les différences sécuritaires dans les villes. Nous sommes conscients de ces difficultés-là, mais nous n'avons pas les moyens de faire. Donc, ça c'est. Deuxièmement, c'est l'urgence aussi ont des problèmes à s'imaginer des attaques qui n'ont pas suivi d'attaque, qui n'ont pas encore intégré dans leur stratégie des dimensions sécuritaires. C'est-à-dire que la dimension sécuritaire nous est consciente, mais ceux qui n'ont pas encore vécu, c'est difficile de les convaincre. Alors ceux qui l'ont vécu, c'est très facile de les Et le troisième aspect, c'est peut-être que les gens sont. Il y a très peu de personnes qui sont dans ces difficultés, qui sont formées aux soins des au premier secours. Ce qu'il faut faire quand il y a des problèmes, des évacuations. Voilà. Très souvent, le responsable de la sécurité n'est pas là. Et quand il y a un problème, les gens ne savent pas ce qu'il faut faire. Donc, par exemple, parmi toute la dernière il y a un déséquilibre qui est rentré dans la ville, ça a commencé à taper des gens. Les gens ont paniqué et ça a poussé à préparer des hommes au l'hôpital, avec des gens à l'hôpital à cause d'un musculaire. Les gens ne savaient pas quoi faire pour diriger. Même les gens pour sortir, ils ne sont pas formés à ça.
So basically, it is quite three items. So the first is the financial because really over the internal keep services should be the second is lack of experience. So second is experience imagine how they can be secure. And the third is lack of training in terms of first aid, when it comes to real attacks. So there are no enough people trained for the first aid phases.
So I think a lot of that, I think is valid points. I think a lot of that could actually go great in terms of solutions to potential things.
Yeah.
But what I'd ask for him to do is that any experience community building wise and any
At the beginning, you said it didn't have a direct experience, you said it already, but yes.
Par exemple, à la grande mosquée de Strasbourg, il y a eu, ils ont commencé, le sommet là-bas, ils ont commencé à recevoir d'autres communautés religieuses dans la mosquée. Les gens n'étaient pas contents, donc ils ont brûlé la grande porte. Les gens sont la grande porte d'entreprise, la porte qui est en bois.
Pour vous expliquer la situation, il y avait une journée, on ne va pas dire qu'il y avait il y avait la communauté juive. Donc, il y avait même des champs à l'intérieur de la mosquée, des champs juifs, des champs musulmans, des champs chrétiens à l'intérieur de la mosquée. Certains fidèles musulmans, on ne va pas les qualifier de terroristes ou encore essentiels, donc ils n'ont pas aimé ce sujet, mais ils ont brûlé la grande maille de la mosquée. L'un des grands au départ.
Donc ça c'est aussi manque de sécurité des caméras. Ça c'est là le problème. So basically it was talking about in Strasbourg, so they organized the event, and basically because we were like multiple communities and people there, they just turned the main door of the school. And then there are cameras,
Ils travaillent ensemble, il y en a des moments où ils se marient entre eux, et au niveau religieux, il y a une différence entre les Jains et les Anglais. Mais culturellement, historiquement, c'est eux, ils ont les moyens. Et ils ont des systèmes de sécurité, ils ont des personnes qui travaillent en sécurité, c'est un très relativement normal. Donc, je veux dire que pour les adultes ici, comme ils ont les moyens, c'est des bâtiments qui ne sont pas conçus ni comme lieu de culte, et souvent pas avec tous les systèmes de sécurité. Et moi, je suis à côté, j'habite à les Ardennes, là, dans un peu de France. Il y a beaucoup de problèmes, pas des grandes attaques terroristes ou même des vandalismes, mais beaucoup de petits vols. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a une propriété très ouverte, c'est 40 hectares, il y a beaucoup de chemins qui viennent à Château. Donc, je viens de que les gens arrivent à l'été, il y a beaucoup de gens.
Auditeurs de la radio ILA, comme vous le constatez, nous sommes dans les petits groupes de travail pour pouvoir prendre les impressions des participants. Ça a été mélangé, c'est des musulmans, des chrétiens, des hindous, toutes les confessions religieuses qui se sont mélangées avec des architectes pour pouvoir discuter des impressions qu'ils ont sur la présentation de cette conférence par rapport à la prise en charge des questions de sécurité des lieux de culte par rapport au design, par rapport à l'aspect architectural de ces lieux de culte. Donc là, ce sont ces impressions qui sont en train d'être prises. Comme je vous ai dit tantôt, c'est la Commission économique, la Commission européenne qui participe à l'événement. Ce sont des associations, ce sont des imams, ce sont des personnes physiques, ce sont des architectes. Aujourd'hui, c'est le Conseil économique avec le Conseil européen des architectes qui se sont réunis pour pouvoir présenter ces questions de sécurité au niveau de nos lieux de culte. Donc, vous avez suivi depuis le début, depuis ce matin, cette conférence, la présentation. Vous avez eu plusieurs personnes qui sont passées. C'était en anglais. Alors, moi, aujourd'hui, j'ai amélioré mon anglais. Hein, je vous dis, chers auditeurs, encore de plus, ce n'est pas facile. C'est un petit message que je vous balance, entre autres. Ça veut dire que l'anglais est très important dans ce que nous faisons. Essayons aussi d'apprendre cette langue. Donc, je vous laisse encore suivre quelques minutes. Il reste 4-5 minutes pour finir ces petits groupes de travail. On aura la restitution et après, ça sera la pause déjeuner. Et évidemment, ça va être la fin de notre rencontre de ce matin par rapport à la sécurisation des lieux de culte via le design, via l'aspect architectural de ces lieux. Encore de plus, chers auditeurs de la radio ILA, merci pour cette confiance, merci pour le temps que vous nous accordez et je vous dis à tout à l'heure pour une prochaine étape.
break and so I just asked that each table just quickly stands up and sums up what you've talking about and what's the, like, let's say the 3 main results of your work. And we can put up the posters. So during the lunch break, if you are curious and you want to know what happened with the others at the other tables, then you can also come along and have a look at the post-its, of course, and everything. So just bear with us. We're going to sum up and then we all go for lunch. Thank you.
Time to make
You are the
So are we able to listen to music?
Yeah.
All right. So I will just say out loud some results of our brainstorming. With the big papers, we sort of found that some leg aspects that usually comes is financial difficulties, lack of experience, lack of access, less anticipation of certain events, also lack of formation, especially for health first. And there is, of course, a lot of systems that can answer the kind of problems. And so by to sort of fencing and protect building and privilege the evacuation access in case of our emergency. As so, by the way, we can try to think in English.
For instance, a person.
Not this one, I get it.
Basically, said that because of the financial difficulties, for them it was easier to use existing building instead of building a new one because they don't have the funds for a new building, and this could be recuperating an existing building. And another thing we discussed was that actually, for example, in this case, closing systems or cameras might not be the necessary tools to be used for protecting the places of worship. And then you talked about the capital business better.
So one experience that came up with it was stealing of money, money box, and one of the solution was to sort of this money box not be visible and not be takeable. That's something fixed in the building and discreet, by the way. So, and then we come up with the yellow paper. It says, but something really important is the integration of the building in the urban organization. That in somehow, instead of it the building is its symbol. It still has to integrate into this tissue or building. And then something really important is to the anticipation, yes, and sensibilize all the actors, and especially to create some link between all the municipality and police and hospital administration. To have 1 or 2 people that are formed of security, and so maybe some rules and recommendation. And still what we feel is usable is that we want to protect the building, of course, we want to protect the people, but we don't give a picture of a jail. And we have to work more together with the public institution and the administration. Yeah, there is also a lot of digital tools. We thought about the access to the building, and we have the feeling that the digital tools we have to come up with. We can also, for security building, put some obstacle, trees, and so far and so on, to protect. And we have also to think about good security solution, but especially with some buildings that are classified about the patrimonial value of the building. That's about it. Good. Thank
you. So on our table, we only have 2 things to do. And that was already the positive part. We started immediately with the yellow stickers, like what about the future events and so on. So we have a lot of yellow, and then we actually thought, let's maybe we should have started with experience. But so when it comes to the experience, it was just these 2 stickers that were more like that worshippers thing or community is very far away from us. It's not our responsibility. It's the government that will deal with that. That we need a lot of interfaith dialogue on the experiences of security by design as well. Like not only speak about the experiences, but speak about the security by design. The lessons learned was like the SOAR training was mentioned. But there are language barriers of training, so it's important that they are really delivered in the languages. Sorry that I'm putting my back to you. That they are really delivered in the languages that the communities use. We learned lessons about the anti-Semitism aspects in Europe. Again, we need more interfaith collaboration. So the interfaith point came up again and again and again, that we really have to work together, and not only after attacks, but in events and in open days. We had this 21st of March as the UN Day Against Racism, where there are festivals and events. But then also considering if interfaith collaborates, you only reach believers, you don't reach the neighbors that do not believe. So having open days and the festivals and events as well is an important aspect. And each community it should be mandatory that each community has to assign a security person, and this security person has to be funded by the state. Like this was one big point. And then of course this person has to be trained, maybe by SOAR. The question is like, what is actually the level of knowledge of security by design? So then I asked Jason, was this part of your survey? But the survey was on like, what is the awareness and the experience towards the hate crimes? It's not about the knowledge of security by design. So maybe we should start a survey on what is actually the knowledge of communities of security by design. And then moving into the yellow part, so we need future events on funding for the security person, funding for security by design measures of the buildings. We need events on like hardware, camera, and these things. We need an event on cyber IT security. So this is an important part. Events for rural and smaller communities. So going out of the city and into the countryside, or how can we reach these communities? We had great ideas at the beginning also how to extend the project outside of the EU. How to reach people in the world, like with online training or YouTube videos and so on. So how can we make the results of this project available to the whole world? Then like, how do we implement security by design in existing buildings on different levels? So we're not only talking about these new fancy architecture, but also like the existing building on the ground, the small community there. How can we foster solidarity between the faiths? So again, the interfaith idea, and that can be maybe solved also to teach about the social contributions of the different religions to the whole society. Yeah, I think that was mainly it. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. I'm conscious that food is around and I don't want to delay the lunch and I can hear people's stomachs rumbling. So I'm not going to repeat what Veronica said and my colleague at the front table. I'm just going to add some additional points I think that have not been mentioned. But first of all, I'd just like to say fabulous table, great people, and the contributions are excellent. Key points I think just to add were this issue of hardware and software. Hardware, how do we harden the buildings and protect ourselves from a potential attack? That knowledge comes incrementally, depending on experiences. How do you build that experiences? There are people in the community that have them, but do we have access to them? Okay, number one. Number two is basically what can be done for nothing, what can be done at a few thousand euros, what can be done at much more expensive equipment. Community needs advice on that. Again, who can they tap into for future planning and design. The issue of partnership working with police is very, very important. Law enforcement has skills, has expertise, has knowledge. How does the community link in with law enforcement as well as architects, as well as experts who understand security by design? Knowledge is dispersed, it's not aggregated. How can we bring that together? Communities need to reach out, and how do they reach out, and who do they need to speak to? That's another area. The other area we talked about funding, we talked about what to do. The other key issue is this concept of risk assessments. Before you make any decision about what to do, you need to have a degree of analysis. Who is out there that can do that analysis for you? So the community needs to understand, does it reside at the police level? Does it reside at architects level? Does it reside at people like SOAR level? Again, who and where do you reach out to get this advice? The other key area is, I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but this issue about, help me out guys, is there anything I've missed out that's not been mentioned? This is about, I know for instance, many times in Europe, what I've heard from my colleagues here, that the governments are reactive. There's an attack on a building, a bombing on a building, the government comes rushing in and says, we're here to help, gives the help and withdraws. How do you maintain sustainability? How do you maintain that level of engagement with the local authorities when the money runs out? What can be done post when the grants run out? So this sustainability is a question that the community is asking. Yes, there's an initial desire to help, but this is a long-term issue. How do we basically develop networks that can sustain this level of protection and development within the community? I'll stop there. Thank you so much. My colleagues are just saying that before you go to lunch, and this is probably the token before you get lunch. So this, basically they're asking me, if you have time, just please fill in the evaluation form. And on that evaluation form, just basically, if you have any thoughts beyond the questions, please don't hesitate to put them down, and then we can hopefully convene together for lunch. Thank you so much. Veronica, over to you.
Thank you, Shaka. It's not much that I want to say. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for coming today, and I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Thank
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for joining us.
Even shorter.
Thank you.
Please do that so she can tell it. Clearly,
Auditeurs de la radio ILA, nous finissons cette émission avec beaucoup de plaisir. Nous avons fait plus d'une heure avec vous. Ça fait plus de 3 heures que nous sommes ensemble et nous vous disons merci et à très vite dans d'autres rencontres qui sont des rencontres qui vont nous permettre d'échanger sur d'autres problématiques. La radio ILA, la radio panafricaine qui émet à partir de Strasbourg, reste à votre disposition et à très vite.
Radio ILA, la radio panafricaine.